hide particulars of MV Vijay for following conditions. Number 1, draft 5.10 मीटर. मैं तुम्हारी इंटरपोलेशन स्किल नहीं देख रहा हूं. आई प्रिज्यूम यू विल बी एबल टू डू इट in sea water. Number 1. Number 2, displacement 10,000 tons in sea water. ये अलग अलग क्वेश्चंस बन गए सारे. थर्ड, draft 7 meters in fresh water. Again, I'm not focusing on interpolation. Please, its purpose is to know exactly how you will use your tables. Fourth, displacement 9,000 tons in dock water of RD 1.002. ये 4 क्वेश्चन आपको अलग अलग अभी फटाफट करने हैं.
सर ये
5.10 in sea water.
ओके सर, ओके.
तो सारे पर्टिकुलर निकालने ना सर.
आप सारे का मतलब देखिए, आपको ये भी सीखना पड़ेगा बेटा. नहीं, सारे ही निकालने हैं, तभी ये आपकी प्रॉब्लम रिजॉल्व होगी. सारी सारे ही निकाल. अब आपको क्या करना है मैं बता रहा हूं. देखो मैं बताता हूं आपको. फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन के लिए आपको कुछ नहीं करना. आपको फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन के लिए सिर्फ इतना करना है, डेंसिटी सी वाटर, ड्राफ्ट 5.10 और ऐसे लिख के 5.10. इसके बाद इसके सारे पर्टिकुलर्स 5 और 5.2 के बीच में इंटरपोलेट करके आपने उनको यहां पर जिस ऑर्डर में वो फिगर कर रहे हैं यहां लिख दो और उनकी वैल्यूज यहां पे टेबुलेट कर देनी है आपने. अंडरस्टूड बेटा? अंडरस्टूड? क्वेश्चन नंबर 1 का स्कोप. ओके, नाउ लेट मी जस्ट डिस्कस विद यू द क्वेश्चन नंबर 2 आल्सो. ये हो गया हमारा क्वेश्चन नंबर 1 का स्कोप. सिंपल है, कोई ज्यादा नहीं है इसमें. क्वेश्चन नंबर 2 का स्कोप. We have displacement in sea water. So I'll say density sea water. Do not forget to write the density. Now instead of draft, we'll enter with 10,000 tons directly. So 10,000 tons. And now we'll have the draft, PPC and other particulars. And we'll directly pick them up against 10,000 tons and tabulate here. Is the second question also clear?
Yes, sir. Clear.
ये 2 करो फटाफट, फिर थर्ड फोर्थ करते हैं. ये 2 करो फटाफट. अभी टाइम क्या हुआ है? 1 सेकेंड. 22 हुआ है. 8 मिनट में एक क्वेश्चन करो, 15 मिनट का ब्रेक करो. जिसको ज्यादा टाइम लेना ब्रेक को यूटिलाइज करो. और 12:45 पे ये दोनों के आंसर लेके प्लीज आ जाना. ठीक है? इफ समबडी वांट्स टू पुट द आंसर्स ऑन द ग्रुप, आई हैव नो इश्यूज एट ऑल, बिकॉज आपको अपनी प्रॉब्लम खुद आइडेंटिफाई करके प्रॉब्लम को रिजॉल्व कराना है. सो इट्स नॉट द क्वेश्चन ऑफ कि किसने किसको बता दिया. इट डज नॉट मेक एनी डिफरेंस इफ you are telling somebody else and if as long as the other person can understand. So do not try to just sit on it. Please do it. 12:45. Connect with me with first and second question done. Is that clear beta? आज ये मैंने पूरा क्लास ऑलमोस्ट इस पे दे दिया है. It's with the only hope that this will resolve your problem once for all beta. This should be able to address your concern once for all. ठीक है? तो करो इसको. 12:45 पे you connect with me again. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please do it. First and second तो करो. जो आगे का भी कर ले वो उनकी मर्जी है. If you can do आगे का भी. But I just don't want to मतलब create panic by saying do everything. So please do it. I'm just muting. I'll leave the camera on because if I put it off, then it starts jumping unnecessarily. So I'll leave the camera on. I'm just muting the mic and I am also breaking off. Okay, class, can we get back, Peter?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sure any problems in these two questions. If there's any issue, let me know. I don't think there should be a concern because the tables were to be directly used and interpolated. There was nothing much out there, right, Peter? Or does anybody have any concerns? Okay, so these two are gone. Now, as far as the third one is concerned, vessel is floating at 7 meters, but in fresh water. So if you remember, I told you, you make the column for density. We have the draft given, so we'll enter with draft. Then we shall have the displacement and all the particulars as they figure in the table. KB, LCB, whatever is given, in whichever order you can just put it down. Now, since it is 7 meters, draft is given in fresh water, we shall enter the table with 7 meters. But as the tables are made for seawater, so whatever particulars you will get here, they would obviously be for seawater. And 7 meters need no interpolation, so you can directly put those values, pick up from the table and put them. Can you put them, please? So we have entered for 7 meters since the table are for seawater. So these particulars shall hold good when the vessel is displacing 7 meters in seawater. Our requirement is for fresh water. Density of fresh water is 1. And for a draft of 7 meters. Now we already know that this particular you can repeat as it is. They will not change because of change in density. They are independent of density. They are, as long as the draft remains 7 meters, these particulars will remain same. So you can just repeat them here. These three particulars will undergo a change. So what will be filled in here after calculating on the thing is this displacement in seawater divided by density of seawater. This will give underwater volume at 7 meters multiplied by 1, the density of fresh water. And whatever comes here, you will fill that in here. Exactly the same way, please convert these two also. And this row where I have drawn the box, this is the row which provides us the hydrostatic particulars of the vessel when floating at 7 meters in fresh water. Is this also very clear now, beta?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we come to the last part of it. Displacing 9,000 tons in dock water. So the first step you'll have to do in such cases is you'll have to find the equivalent seawater displacement. So you'll show the working equivalent seawater displacement, WSW, you can write like this also, equivalent seawater displacement would be equal to 9,000 tons divided by the density of the dock water. This becomes underwater volume in the dock water. With the same draft, if C goes into seawater, this will become the displacement. And how many tons it comes to, beta? Can you work and give me equivalent seawater? Most of you had problems.
9206.
Sorry,
9206.
9206.587.
58.6. Okay, fine. ठीक है बेटा. Now you will enter the tables, seawater tables with this displacement, and you will make the column like this, density. Then you're entering with displacement. So instead of draft, you'll have the displacement coming first. And then you will interpolate for that displacement, not only draft, the other particulars can also be interpolated against displacement only. So you'll have TPC, MCTC, KB, LCB, LCF, KMT, and KML. You are going to use the table. So tables are for seawater, obviously. So density is seawater. Displacement you shall be using is 9206.6 tons. And for this displacement, please interpolate and fill up all these particulars. Do it. It will take a little while, don't worry. please calculate all this and complete this row. Now
ड्राफ्ट सर 4.69 मीटर आ गया
4 point, एक मिनट 4.69 689 मीटर आ गया।
तो सर इस ड्राफ्ट के इक्विवेलेंट हम सारे पैरामीटर डाल सकते हैं ना?
बेटा इसके लिए डालो या इसके लिए डालो, बात तो एक ही होगी ना। दिस ड्राफ्ट फॉर so you can continue interpolating for displacement. You want to interpolate for draft, that's also fair, no issues.
सर ड्राफ्ट सर 4.69 ले सकते हैं?
नहीं, 3 decimal places, 3 decimal places. So आपको जब ड्राफ्ट पे जाने की जरूरत नहीं, you can keep using the same fraction ना for interpolating. You can keep interpolating against displacement. You want to do against draft, it's fine. Choice is yours, right? ठीक है। So now जी बेटा
मैं पहले बता रहा था
नहीं तो ये तुम निकाल लो। उसके बाद हमें चाहिए डॉक वाटर में, तो यहाँ आप डेंसिटी आ गई डॉक वाटर, इसकी आरडी मैंने यहाँ लिख दी ताकि जब मैं क्वेश्चन रिवाइज करने को आऊँ एग्जाम में मेरे को दोबारा पेपर में ना जाना पड़े। नाउ वी नो दैट ड्यूरिंग if the draft remains same and density changes, then which are the particulars which are going to be impacted? 1, 2 and 3. So this when you convert back, this will bring you back to 9,000. So there is no need of wasting time. The draft shall remain 4.689. These you will convert and fill in here, and these values will be repeated as it is out here. And what you get in this row, which has a box around it, are the particulars which are applicable to your condition. Please complete it. Let me know if you have any doubts or any challenges that you're facing. कर लीजिए इसको कंप्लीट बेटा, अगर कोई भी डाउट है मुझे बताओ, because then from my side this issue related to hydrostatic particulars is addressed. So you have used them in second mates, but that is not the issue. Issue is to have clarity and move on with clarity.
सर पेपर में अगर सर पेपर में जब क्वेश्चन करना है तो जैसे मैंने ना सर सॉल्ट वाटर का सिर्फ ड्राफ्ट डिस्प्लेसमेंट निकाला था, बाकी सब मैंने डॉक वाटर के कॉलम में लिखा है। लाइक
नहीं बेटा, ये जैसे मैंने लिखा है, दिस इज द राइट वे टू राइट, देन यू नो कि ये आपने इस डिस्प्लेसमेंट के अगेंस्ट सी वाटर में लिया है, देन यू आर रिपीटिंग इट। ठीक है, तो ये इसमें क्या फर्क पड़ता है, कॉपी तो करना है।
इसमें सिर्फ एक ही है ना सर कि सॉल्ट वाटर के लिए टीपीसी पहले मुझे मतलब लिखना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे कैलकुलेट करके,
तभी तो
कन्वर्ट
करके डॉट वाटर। तो बेटा कन्वर्ट करने में क्या है, उसको एक बार कैलकुलेटर पे डालो 1.025
कन्वर्ट कर लिया, बस लिखा नहीं सर पेपर पे, पेपर में
सिर्फ लिखना है बेटा, लिखना है। नहीं एक मिनट, कन्वर्ट तो ये तो सी वाटर का होगा, कन्वर्ट तो इसको करोगे ना
सर सॉल्ट वाटर को। सर सॉल्ट वाटर की जो वैल्यू है उसको कन्वर्ट करके।
इससे क्या हो रहा है, व्हेन यू प्रेजेंट इट लाइक दिस द गाय नोज कि आपका सी वाटर टीपीसी अलग था, आपने डॉक वाटर के लिए चेंज कर दिया।
अच्छा ठीक है सर, दिखा देते।
मतलब आपको कैलकुलेशन नहीं दिखानी है, 2 रो ही तो बनानी है बेटा,
2 रो बना दे। ठीक है
बस, हाँ 2 रो बनाने आपको, ये इंटरपोलेशन करके नहीं दिखाना।
ठीक है
ओके, और कुछ डाउट बेटा? If you are comfortable, then we can continue with the stuff better. If you have any doubts, let me know. अच्छा guys, do one thing. आपके MV Hinship के ना ये questions up to I think 8-10 questions are based on this. So why don't you solve those questions based on your own requirements so that you don't again ask me this issue when we move ahead. What I can do is I can close out this session here and maybe take it up in the next session with the dry docking and grounding. I hope this issue is resolved to your satisfaction, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So you can remain logged in. Please continue doing it. I'm muting. I'll keep the camera on and you can continue doing it. I'll end the session only when the time is there for the session to be completed. Okay. So please pull out some questions from MV Inship and do them.
Okay.
आई मैच कंफर्टेबल बेटा हो गया या कोई डाउट है बिफोर आई क्लोज द मीटिंग? इफ यू हैव डन समथिंग एंड इफ देयर इज एनी डाउट लेट मी नो.
No, sir. No doubt, sir.
Comfortable now with the conversions and the interpolation of hydrostatic particulars, because that will really help us in picking up speed, you know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any doubts by the way अगर तुमने वो trim type A problem किया हो तो, because we still have 4-5 minutes, I can address that immediately. Any doubts on the trim type A problems if you have done something? Because next class, that is day after tomorrow, I shall not spend even a single minute on other discussion. I shall get going with the dry docking and grounding meter. तो कोई प्रॉब्लम है तो बताओ मुझे भी. नहीं? चलो then I'll exit the meeting. I'll leave the meeting. You guys can continue with your classes. चलो take care बेटा then.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
I guess everyone is here. We can start our discussion. The session is designed for cargo work, and we pick up the topic of cargo gear, chain register, requirements, dock labor inspector, etc. We are game. Are you ready? We can start. Some people have responded to the good afternoon, so I guess everyone is here. So let me start sharing screen. I'm sure you have heard of the term or the book called chain register. This is a record.
Yes.
It is a register of ships, lifting appliances, cargo handling gear, and on the front cover page you have the register of machinery, chains, etc. Entered on the front cover is the vessel's name, POR, owner's name, address, etc. This is often called chain register. ठीक है, ये just a few definitions before we begin. A few definitions. This has to be maintained. The register has to be maintained. All particulars of test and examination of lifting appliances, loose gear, heat treatment, which is annealing, shall be entered as required by regulations, both national and international. So this book has to be maintained, and the book is called chain register. So some definitions, we have a quick look. What a few definitions involved in this discussion is like this. Give me a minute. Safe working load is of any loose gear or lifting appliance is the load which is maximum load that can be imposed on that particular gear which you are talking about with safety in normal working condition, assessed and certified by a competent person. That is safe working load or SWL. So simply it is a stress a component of a lifting apparatus can bear in normal use without cracking, without giving way. Which brings us to the point about breaking stress. That is the stress at which the component will fracture or will break or disintegrate, lose its strength. That is the breaking stress. Then there is something called proof load. This is SWL, the safe working load, plus some percentage of tonnage to which the equipment can be tested. Proof load of 60 tons of a SWL crane can be 66 tons, means 60 tons is the SWL and 6 tons is added onto it as a percentage to make the proof load. Proof load, the maximum one which can be subjected. The equipment can be subjected, which is SWL plus certain percentage depending on the equipment. That is proof load. And of course, when we talk of the SWL or the breaking stress, these are different for different materials. Like Manila rope can be 2d square upon 300. So breaking stress for Manila rope can be obtained by the formula. Of course, D, we are looking at the diameter in mm. The result of this will be in tons. So 2D square upon 300 will give you the breaking stress of the Manila rope. Polypropylene will be 3D square upon 300 and so on. Different materials having a different formula to be used to calculate breaking stress. So if you have example Manila rope of diameter 24 mm, then its breaking stress will be
सर वो
24 square. Sorry,
लास्ट स्लाइड करिए
you cannot see this.
सर थोड़ा सा स्लो चलिए, हम लोग लिख भी नहीं पाते।
लास्ट स्लाइड
Okay, I get it. Let me revert back to what we were talking about. Just give me a minute. Let me revert back. We were here. आप देखिए. I will move on only when you say it's okay. We are just going through a few definitions before we actually start discussing about the chain register, cargo handling gear, etc. Just a few definitions to start with. So I was saying the breaking stress will be different for different materials. Like for Manila rope, it is 2D square upon 300, the formula used. 2D square upon 300. Polypropylene is given by 3D square upon 300. Now, when we talk like this, then let us have a look here. When we say there is a diameter of 24 mm for a Manila rope, then the breaking stress can be found diameter square upon 200, which is 20. Of course, the diameter is in mm. 24 square upon 200, which gives us 576 divided by 200, and therefore you come to a conclusion that the breaking strength of 24 mm Manila rope is 2.88 tons, or maybe approximately 3 tons. Similarly, to go further, if you are talking of a safe working load or SWL of polypropylene rope, this is given by diameter square upon 77. This one rope ka diameter is 24 mm, so it becomes 7.88 tons. You don't need to memorize all them, but you should be aware that there is a method to calculate SWL depending on the type of material you are using. Each material will have a different factor. Each material will have a different formula to be employed to calculate the SWL.
सर ये सब न्यूमेरिकल्स हमारे सेकंड्स में होते थे, ये इसमें भी
न्यूमेरिकल कोई नहीं है इंक्लूडेड, न्यूमेरिकल कोई नहीं है. This is only an introduction to give you an idea how a chain register is important, because that is part of your syllabus. In that, of course, the chain register, it will be mentioned that you have so many Manila ropes, so SWL is included. You should be aware how it is done. That is all. No numerical. Coming back, safety devices. This is also part. Safety devices, safety cutouts, limit switches, they are provided and they are included in inspections. They are included. Whenever there is an inspection, intermediate, maybe initial one, periodic inspection, or renewal inspection, safety devices are also part of it and are recorded in the change register. Cutouts or limit switches. What kind of limit switches could be involved? When you talk of a runner hoisting, upper limit, lower limit, jib, boom, vertical motion, upper limit. Means the boom is going upwards, so it should have a cutout for upper limit. And also it should have a cutout for lower limit. Slewing. You are slewing the jib means you are turning the jib. It should have a port limit, it should have a starboard limit, cutout. Now, not essential that every time a jib boom slewing you will have a port limit or starboard limit. This will be provided for cranes which are approximately working in the ship's structure. Proximate means a bulkhead, bridge front, etc. Then this cutout has to be provided. Now the jib is being boomed up. The jib is being hoisted. It is going upwards, so it has to also have a jib angle indicator. How much the jib has been hoisted. The angle indicator. So these are all the cutouts, limit switches, which is a part of the register also. They should be in working order and they will be inspected during the initial, intermediate, and of course the renewal audits. What is the meaning of lifting appliance? By definition, all stationary or mobile cargo handling appliance, including permanent attachments. Examples are cranes, derricks, operated rams, which are used for raising, lowering, or moving cargo. Those are lifting appliances. Moving them from one position to another while they are suspended or supported. So this is called lifting appliance, which is used to move, load, discharge cargo. Any lifting appliance. Another term used frequently or very emphatically is loose gear. Now lifting appliance is also having a fixed appliance. It is fixed on the deck like a derrick or a crane, but loose gear is the equipment fitted on it, means hooks, shackles, swivel, chains, slings, lifting beams, container spreaders, trays, any such gear on which the load can be attached to a lifting appliance, including lifting device. Means this particular gear is called loose gear. It can be dismantled. It is not necessary that it is permanently attached to the gear. It may be taken off. Now that is why it is called loose gear. Hook, shackle, swivel, chain examples. These are called loose gear. The importance is that even this has to be periodically examined for safety. When you talk of chain register, इसका रिकॉर्ड अलग से बनता है. It has a separate record for loose gear. Now, the reason why the lifting appliances or the loose gear will be subjected to a thorough examination is because over a period of time, it may lead to an accident because it might fail. If it is not examined, the cracks, etc. are not observed, any failure is possible. Now, we are looking at dock worker safety and welfare. So, this is important because as a shipmate or as chief officer or a person who is responsible for maintaining cargo gear, you are responsible for the dock labor's health and occupational safety. So, it has to be examined thoroughly. Now, actually speaking, most of the national regulations require that lifting appliances should be thoroughly examined by a competent person at least once every 12 months. Now, who is a competent person for examining every 12 months? It could be, example, chief officer, master, chief engineer. They are considered to be competent enough to examine the appliance, lifting appliance thoroughly once every 12 months. I'm only talking once every 12 months, annual. If it is a 5-yearly inspection, it has to be carried out by somebody else, means a certified authority. But every 12 months, it can be examined, thoroughly examined by a competent person who can be described and is described as a chief officer, master, or chief engineer. That's the background. That is how the appliance can be examined also on board. Just wanted to make sure that you understand thorough examination. Just give me a minute. Okay, इससे पहले ये देख लेते हैं. Who is a competent person? Competent person. We are looking at India because this which concerns us. Competent person, as far as India is concerned, is an approved one by the chief inspector for the purpose of testing, examination, or annealing and certification of lifting appliance, loose gear, or wire ropes. Now, please remember, in past question papers, these things have been asked, like who is a competent person or define a competent person. So you need to memorize this in case you want to write it down. Whatever you feel, you should do it. Competent person. इसकी definition पूछी जा सकती है. Responsible person, authorized person also.
सर इसमें टेस्टिंग का क्या बता रहे?
Testing. Say again.
सर इसके टेस्टिंग का कैसे बताया आपने? टेस्टिंग कैसे करना है? मतलब कौन कॉम्पिटेंट पर्सन करेगा या फिर चीफ ऑफिसर?
Competent person. ये definition आ रही है ना. Who is a competent person is defined here.
यस सर,
Approved
दैट्स
by
ओके,
the
बट मतलब जैसे 12 मंथ वाला था ना, 12 मंथ इंटरवल पे करना है, दैट द
हाँ.
कॉम्पिटेंट पर्सन विल डू.
नहीं, 12 months वाला is allowed to be done on board. जब पहली एग्जामिनेशन हो रही है, इनिशियल वन हो रही है या रिन्यूअल की हो रही है, that will done by competent person. But annual basis, every 12 months, this can be done by on board, which I said, competent person for that purpose will be master, chief officer, chief engineer. They are considered to be competent enough to examine annual and enter in the chain register.
सर अनीलिंग का मतलब क्या होता है?
किसका? अनीलिंग? क्या पूछ रहे हैं?
जी सर,
अनीलिंग.
अनीलिंग.
ये तो यार तुम्हें याद होना चाहिए. I think it is a randomly used term in chemistry. Class 12, annealing. You heat the material and then you cool it. That is annealing. Red hot कर दिया उसको, उसके बाद cool कर दिया उसे. To increase its ductility. That is annealing.
ओके सर.
ठीक है. This is also done. Not on board, of course. The loose gear has got a record of annealing. If it has been annealed, then the record is maintained. The loose gear is supposed to have a record of annealing. So it is classified, it is documented that this particular hook, swivel, or shackle has been annealed to increase its ductility or strength. But it is done simply by heating it and then cooling it. Cooling is done slowly, heating of course is done and then cooled slowly to make it more strong. So these are some definitions which you will be concerned with. Competent person, responsible person, appointed by the employee, master, owner, who is responsible for the performance of certain duty of the equipment. He is a responsible person. As the name suggests, he is the person who is accountable. He has the knowledge and experience. Authorized, Again, as the name suggests, is the person authorized by the employer, master, or responsible person. Responsible person can appoint an authorized person to undertake a specific task for necessary technical. He should have the necessary technical knowledge, of course. So before even the first lift, before being taken into use for the first time, or in case it has undergone, the equipment has undergone several alterations or repairs which can affect the strength, then it has to undergo once, at least in every 5 years, all parts and gears should be examined thoroughly. See, please understand, before being taken into use for the first time, or it is already in use but it has undergone some major alterations or repairs, then repairs which are liable to affect its strength or stability, then it should be tested at least once every 5 years. First use, or if it has undergone some repair, major repair, then it should be having a initial lifting appliance test. So again, it is mentioned it should be fixed or movable. It does not make a difference. It should be tested and examined by a competent person. The definition of competent person we have already seen as far as India is concerned. Another definition which you may like to record or put into your note: competent person. Who is a competent person? This is another definition which closes the issue. Competent person definition. Well trained, adequate knowledge, practical experience, very important, of handling similar type of lifting appliance which is under the purview or lifting gear. He should be able to detect and assess defects or potential hazards. Because he's trained, qualified, and has adequate experience, he should be able to detect and assess defects. That is why he's called a competent person, so that he can foresee any damage done to the lifting gear which could harm the dock worker health and safety requirement. My experience is the best. Since he's an experienced person, he's called a competent person. Just by observing the movement of the lifting gear, he should be able to make out if it is posing any hazard or a potential hazard. ये डन है, ये तो आपको मेमोराइज करना पड़ेगा. ये डेफिनेशन पूछी जा चुकी है कई बार. Who is a competent person? With reference to so and so regulation, who is a competent? I mean, I'm talking of lifting gear. Who is a competent person? So this will go word by word. Thorough examination. This is also a question. What is the meaning of thorough examination? Thorough examination is an examination to undertake that lifting appliance or lifting gear is of good mechanical construction, made of strong and sound material, free from any defect. and is being worked or is being used as per the manufacturer's condition. This is done very carefully, as careful as the conditions permit, to arrive at a reliable conclusion for the safety of the parts examined, which is thorough examination. By the way, anybody undergone examination, thorough examination for a lifting gear on board, 5 yearly or yearly? Annual तो आपने खुद ही किया होगा, I mean chief officer and master, but 5 yearly one done by class or somebody. Anybody experienced with that, where somebody has come from shore and has carried out a thorough examination of the lifting gear?
सर क्लास सर्वे एनुअली भी रहता है?
Sorry,
क्लास सर्वे एनुअली भी तो रहता है?
अच्छा एक मिनट Who is saying so? ठीक है, गुड पॉइंट है, बट आई नीड टू टॉक टू यू. कौन बोल रहा है?
सर भरत.
भारत. ओके, भारत ऐसा है कि it is not a requirement that it should be done by external authority, the annual survey.
Sir, it's the requirement of the flag that you have to be done, like many of that. In Malta, it's a requirement. Annually, it is done by flag.
Okay, अब अगर किसी पर्टिकुलर फ्लैग की रिक्वायरमेंट है, अगर किसी पर्टिकुलर फ्लैग की रिक्वायरमेंट है, then we can't say anything. But as far as the dock labor regulations are concerned, the annual examination can be done by a competent person on board. 5 yearly examination, yearly, renewal examination, etc. This has to be done outside from external. But what is happening? I will tell you what is happening. Since yearly also you have to record examination, some companies prefer for yearly examination to be clubbed along with a yearly annual renewal survey. Means any surveyor on board, class का कोई surveyor आया, उसको वो company बोलती है कि इसको involve कर लो in the lifting gear appliance also annual examination. Even though it is not required, but he gets endorsed. Chain register पे उस class का छापा आ जाता है. So even though it is not a requirement to do it annually by class or external authority, अगर उसका छापा मिल जाए, it is good. It makes it more authentic. But otherwise, it can be done by a competent person on board. Some companies prefer to club this with the annual renewal surveys, annual surveys. Let us say लोड लाइन सर्वे चल रहा है, SEQ सर्वे चल रहा है, तो सर्वेयर तो आएगा ही आएगा क्लास का ऑन बोर्ड. उसके साथ द कंपनी सेज कि लिफ्टिंग गियर का भी करा लो, so that you get a stamp and a date of the external authority, which is the class. That is possible. And as somebody says, maybe it is a requirement of particular flag that it should be done. कौन सा फ्लैग बोल रहे थे? माल्टा. मे बी अगर फ्लैग की रिक्वायरमेंट है फिर तो करना ही पड़ेगा. Period of examination is something which will figure here. The coverage, क्या क्या चीजें कवर हो रही हैं thorough examination में, and the report. All this will be included in the thorough examination. Okay, let us continue. I'll just start sharing again. 1 minute. Okay. You can see the shared screen, gentlemen, candidates. You can see the shared screen. Procedure for a thorough examination of a lifting appliance. Procedure for a thorough examination of a lifting appliance. First of all, documentation. Before commencing a thorough examination of a lifting appliance, including maybe a LSA David, वो उसका भी examination होता है. You are aware of that. The surveyor will need to see the register of lifting appliances and cargo handling gear, in short, chain register. He will need to see that. He will want a copy to be furnished of the chain register from where he will ascertain existing certificates for the appliances, rope, loose gear, etc. He will have to look at the survey history of the appliance. He wants to make sure that he is safe. It should not happen that during the examination some untoward incident happens. So first of all, he will like to see the record of the gear, lifting appliance, and which is incorporated in chain register. He would like to see that. That is the first step, documentation. Then he will check the existing certificates for ropes, loose gear, and certificate. He would like to see the survey history of the appliance. कब last survey हुआ था, in which you see in the survey history, even though the annual inspection has been done by the chief officer, master, and chief engineer, that will figure, because at least it is proving that this appliance, lifting gear, loose gear, etc., was surveyed by on-board competent people. That is very important. Only then he will proceed further. He would like to see the survey history and the records. Any issues which may be recorded in the last examination, it is possible. There could be an issue which was outstanding issue which was recorded in the last examination. This has had to be closed out. He would like to see that it has been done. Any example for this coming to your mind? Any issue which may be outstanding from the last examination? Hypothetically, just to just discuss only. Let us say in the last examination, it is being recorded that number 3 crane, when slewing to the port side, is making a noise at about 12 degree altitude, means 12 degree inclination. This has been recorded. Then this is an outstanding issue. This should have been rectified from the last examination. If not done, he would like to see it again. He would like to go back to the same position of the crane and see that now it is not making noise. So this is an outstanding issue. Or it may be recorded only hypothetically that the cutout limit for boom up for lifting the jib is not working at a certain inclination. So that is also an example, a recorded observation that the boom cutout is not working. In that case, again, he would like to see and confirm that now it is working. So any issues which are outstanding from last examination are also part of a thorough examination this time. Any recurring problems which may have been recorded or are conferred to him or maybe spoken to him which require particular attention. Then, after the documentation has been carried out, outstanding issues have been addressed or closed out, then you have to move on that to see. He would like to see, the inspector would like to see any maintenance service records. What has been serviced, which components have been replaced, what lubrication has been carried out. What do you think will figure in this, in all this? Any service done, service parts serviced, components replaced, lubrication, how it has been carried out, when carried out, maintenance record. ये कहाँ से मिलेगा record इसको? To the inspector who has come for a thorough examination. Where can he lay his hands on? Should not be difficult. PMS, maintenance record. He will
Maintenance manual.
Maintenance file, okay. Or PMS is more appropriate. He would like to see the PMS of the cargo gear or the lifting gear. He would like to see it, so that maintenance records, service records can be checked. Everything you do has to be recorded in the PMS. So any inspector on board who is coming for an audit will like to see these records, PMS. As we have talked, it is an important element of ISM code. Element number ISM code आपके साथ किया है ना safety के उसमें. Which is the element number for PMS? There are 12 elements of the ISM code. 10. Very good. 10. Absolutely. 10th element of the ISM code talks about the company developing a procedure for maintenance. So PMS is an integral part of shipkeeping or SMS. This has to be carefully done. Then, if all this is in order, he will continue. Like to say, he might need the general arrangement plan. He might need the reeving diagram, how the wires have been reeved from the warping drum, how they have gone over the sheaves, come back here, and then the block has been attached. He would also require the list of blocks used and attached. If you are having derricks, then this becomes very important because numerous blocks are used in derrick ships. Now, this is all going to be part of the survey. If there are defects found, or if the lifting appliance is not meeting the requirement, then the surveyor may instruct that the lifting appliance may be taken out of the service, and he might endorse the change registered accordingly. Or he might impose condition of class, which is called COC, or recommend withdrawal of class. This is also possible. If the ship is classed, if the item is a classed item, integral part of the class, then he might instruct the class to withdraw. Such is the importance of the lifting appliance examination. Now, there is one very important thing, practical thing. There should be adequate preparation for the examination of appliance. There should be. Everything should be available at hand. People should be standing by, manpower available for doing the examination. If he does not find this preparation done, it is possible, it has happened in past, the surveyor may suspend the thorough examination. He may say, this cannot be done because you are not prepared. So I am leaving now. You can call me whenever you are fully prepared, which is going to cost money, of course. Okay, nobody said that he has undergone this survey. किसी को भी experience नहीं है lifting appliance का survey.
सर मैंने करा था इस बार ड्रैडॉक में.
ड्रैडॉक में, okay, very good. तो वो तो 5 yearly हुआ होगा.
यस सर.
वेरी गुड. क्लास भी होगी वहाँ पे obviously.
हाँ सर क्लास थी तो सब क्लास में सब कुछ करा था. वो हर जगह राउंड ले रहे थे तो हर जगह राउंड कर रहे थे.
Okay. And since we are talking, can you tell me किस चीज का सर्वे था ये? लिफ्टिंग गियर तो है, डेरिक है, क्रेन है, क्या था?
सर सब चीज़ें इंक्लूड थी. होज हैंडलिंग क्रेन, लाइफबोट डेविड, रेस्क्यू बोट डेविड, एमओटी, बोथ द गैंगवेज.
और कार्गो लिफ्टिंग गियर कौन सा था अगर था तो?
सर यही कार्गो हैंडलिंग क्रेन ना, बीच में मिडशिप क्रेन होती है और प्रोविजन क्रेन भी था.
ओके ओके. क्रेन फॉर द पर्पस ऑफ लोडिंग डिस्चार्जिंग कार्गो?
ये सो होज हैंडलिंग क्रेन होती है, होज उठाने के लिए, कनेक्शन के टाइम के लिए.
ठीक है, मैं समझ गया. अब मुझे बताओ कि इसका वो टेस्ट हुआ था, लोड टेस्ट हुआ था, SWL?
हाँ जी सर, वो वेट होता है, बड़ा सा वेट आता है, वो स्टोर की क्रेन के थ्रू रखा जाता है, फिर उसके थ्रू उठाते हैं वो लोग.
यही मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ कि जो वेट है, लेट अस से एग्जांपल कि 20 टन्स वेट हैज बीन डिसाइडेड टू बी द SWL. ये वेट क्या था? व्हाट वाज द वेट? वाज इट ग्रेनाइट ब्लॉक? क्या था वो जिसको उठाया गया?
सर ब्लॉक था, वो एक क्यूब ब्लॉक था, स्टील का, मेटल का था किसी.
ओके ओके. मेटल का ब्लॉक उठाया, ऑफ कोर्स इट वाज सर्टिफाइड टू बी सो मेनी टन्स व्हिच इज द एसडब्ल्यूएल। ये तो आपके पास उसने भेजा होगा ना, एजेंट ने या जिसने भी, तो ये सर्टिफाइड था कि इतने टन का ये वेट है, उसको आपने उस गियर से उठाया, राइट?
जी सर, वो जो होज हैंडलिंग क्रेन के लिए था, प्रोविजन
हाँ जी।
क्रेन के लिए था, और होज हैंडलिंग क्रेन, प्रोविजन क्रेन और अपना ये जो लाइफ बोट डेविड और रेस्क्यू बोट डेविड, इन सब के लिए वेट आया था, स्टील का क्यूब आए थे। एंड जो अपने गैंगवे था, एमओटी था, इनके लिए सैंड बैग्स आए थे। सैंड बैग्स और एमओटी को तो प्लैंक के ऊपर रखा गया था, उससे बेंड से मेजर कर रहे थे कितना बेंड होता है डेक के थ्रू, फ्लश डेक के थ्रू कितना बेंड है, उससे मेजर कर रहे थे कितना उसका स्ट्रेंथ है।
Right. By any chance, was the engine room overhead crane also examined, if you remember? Engine room overhead crane.
तो वो गए तो थे, बट मैंने मॉनिटर नहीं करा, मैं गया नहीं था उनके साथ।
ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं, अब जाओगे एज चीफ ऑफिसर, बिकॉज दैट कम्स अंडर द परव्यू ऑफ चीफ ऑफिसर। इंजन रूम ओवरहेड क्रेन, अगर इंजन रूम ओवरहेड क्रेन की वायर चेंज होनी हो, रिन्यूअल होनी हो वायर की, तो भी आप ही का काम है वो एज चीफ ऑफिसर। वो तो हाथ खड़े कर देंगे, हमें नहीं आता। यू विल हैव टू गो एंड you will take some people along with you and of course you will renew the wire. That is one thing. Secondly, इसका भी जो टेस्ट है इंजन रूम ओवरहेड क्रेन का, इसका भी होता है पीरियोडिकल एग्जामिनेशन, उसमें भी इन्वॉल्व होंगे आप एज चीफ ऑफिसर, ठीक है, जस्ट एज फीडबैक। बट व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से एज वी आर टॉकिंग, ये जो वेट्स हैं, वेट्स इन्वॉल्व फॉर पिकिंग अप, moving the crane up and down or slowing it, taking it up, hoisting it, then lowering again. Normally, a prudent ship owner ensures not to damage his vessel just in case an accident takes place. He will hire water bags of the same weight, ताकि अगर वो गिर भी जाए तो टूटेगा तो सिर्फ पानी बिखरेगा, nothing will happen. Remember that water bags are used in lieu of weights, but of course having the same weight, but full of water only, so that in case any untoward incident takes place while examining, the water bag parts or the water bag falls, it will only cause moisture but not damage a hull or any structure. So this is also one alternative to use water bags. Now there are issues over here. वो कैसे हैं मैं तुम्हें बताता हूँ practically. I've had an experience. We were undergoing a 5-yearly thorough examination of crane. Now this was an old vessel था, पुराना vessel था, more than 20 years old. So can you believe that the thing was to lift up a weight, hoist it up by the hook, and then turn and swivel the crane, move it around to test the cutouts. और किसी ने भी जाने से मना कर दिया. They were afraid. All the seamen were afraid to do it. Consequently, can you believe I had to come down? I went up to pick up the first weight and test it out as per the requirement of the survey. अब करना तो पड़ेगा ही ना, ये तो हाथ खड़े कर सकते हैं, पर आपका तो जहाज है, आपको करना ही पड़ेगा। किया इसको, चीफ ऑफिसर भी आया तो हम गए, हमने किया। अब जब एक टेस्ट हो गए और कुछ हुआ नहीं, तब सारे आ गए कि हम भी करते। मैंने कहा भाग जाएगा से, अब नहीं होगा, अब नहीं हो सकता, अब तो मैं ही करूँगा सारे। जब देख लिया कि ये तो जिंदा है, ये गिरा नहीं, तो आप सब कह रहे हैं कि मैं कर लेता हूँ। This is also possible. In lighter mode, this is also possible, because really speaking, it does cause some kind of scare, because you are seeing a heavy weight being lifted, especially if the vessel is old, the crane is old, the derrick is old, then some question marks are there in the minds of the people who are involved. So this is going to be, thorough examination. Now please remember, it also involves a visual examination. Before you actually start picking up weights, etc., a visual examination, so that a reliable conclusion can be made of the safety part. So the test in thorough examination will consist of thorough examination, which we have just now seen, a test done, and the most important one, you must remember, a re-examination. So you do a thorough examination, and then you have done a test as required, and then a re-examination. So can you think about this one, re-examination? What is this talking about? देखो टेस्ट तो सिंपल है, थॉरो एग्जामिनेशन वी हैव सीन, रिक्वायरमेंट्स ऑफ थॉरो एग्जामिनेशन दैट वी हैव अंडरस्टूड, विजुअल एग्जामिनेशन इंक्लूडेड, ठीक है, lifting appliance, thorough examination is being done, it is made of sound material, sound construction etc. ये हो गया. Test is by proof load, working load etc. Proof load test, this is to demonstrate that the structure is sound, fit for use. Yeah. But what is re-examination? This one. You are subjecting the lifting gear to a proof test. You are picking up weights with it. You are subjecting it to thorough examination. A re-examination is essential. Candidates to ascertain that after the thorough examination nothing has been damaged. कुछ डैमेज तो नहीं हो गया ड्यूरिंग एग्जामिनेशन. थॉरो एग्जामिनेशन में आपने सब कुछ लगा दिया. You are using it to the maximum capacity. You are picking up the maximum weights allowed. Now you have to do a re-examination to ensure that nothing was damaged during this test. Due to the test, proof load test is done again, re-examination, with an aim to check whether any cracks, deformation or loosening has happened due to the test. This is also witnessed. Please remember, this is also witnessed by the inspector, the re-examination. A very important part and should be done. Even if the inspector is forgetting, you should insist that a re-examination should take place so that you are convinced that during the test which the crane was subjected to proof loads, nothing has been deformed. "12 months is minimum, but it has to be entered. Retesting is done. After the test has been done, a re-examination should be done." Now, let us just move on to the slides. Loose gear क्या है? Definition of loose gear. Definition of loose gear. This is any item not permanently attached to the structure of the lifting appliance and has to be tested separately. Get it? Loose gear. Any item not permanently attached to the structure of the lifting appliance and has to be tested separately. इसके examples ये हैं. Blocks, swivels, hooks, shackles, triangle plates जो उसमें लगी रहती हैं, rings, screws, slings, lifting beams. All this is called loose gear. This has to be tested separately. All the loose gear. Okay, so this is about testing, requirements of thorough examination. You have to come to a conclusion of the amount of proof load to be adopted and the greatest possible proof load for a hydraulic crane. Test procedure, requirement of lifting appliance is also done with proof loads. Each part of the lifting appliance or lifting gear should be examined when the test has been done to ensure no part of the lifting appliance has been damaged during the test. This is during re-examination. A very important point which can be missed out. Everybody is happy that nothing is good, nothing is wrong, the crane is working good, and they might miss out on the re-examination. Consequently, something might have gone out of shape during the test, which can be missed out, which is going to cause concern. This we have seen. Thorough examination 1, test 2nd, and re-examination. This is the complete performer of the thorough examination. Test and thorough examination will consist of these 3 points. Normally, this is question number 3 in your paper. Normally, this could be question number 3. 1 and 2 are numericals, as you are aware. This could be question number 3. As per the requirements of thorough examination, define, and then you may have few definitions, or you may have a question which says enumerate the procedure for thorough examination of a lifting gear, something like that. Apart from that, he might include some definitions which may be define a competent person, competent authority, and what is the meaning of a thorough examination. That could be part of the question. It has figured. It's not something I'm making up. Such a question has figured previous also. Proof load test is used to say or demonstrate the lifting appliance or lifting gear is structurally sound and is fit for the use, because the proof load test is the maximum subjected load. If the crane or the derrick or the gear is still holding on, it means it is subjected to maximum load and is structurally sound for use, which is also part of the thorough examination. Okay, this also we have followed, we have understood re-examination, the importance of it, and how it should be done. Right? To make sure nothing has been damaged during examination or test. Okay, then we come to the discussion about the chain register. Of course, we have started the discussion, but we focus now on chain register. This is also called Form 2. It is to be maintained with all particulars of test and examination of lifting appliances, loose gear, and heat treatment, which is annealing. This has to be entered. Certificates obtained thereby are attached here in Form 2. Each column showing what kind of certificate it is. We'll see an example. Certificates obtained by testing are to be attached in the chain register. And there are various forms here used like initial and periodical examination, winches, derricks, accessory gear, Form 3, crane and hoist, Form 4, and re-examination of loose gear under Form 5. Test and examination of wire ropes under Form 6. Heat treatment in Form 7 and annual thorough examination in Form 8. This is the breakup. All this has to go inside chain register. Right? We are still on it. We are still going to discuss it. For the time being, we can have a KitKat break. We can come back and start again. Okay, so we stop, take a break, and come back and meet again at 15:45. Okay.
ओके सर
Okay, जी. This is how the register will look like, the front page from ILO, register of lifting appliances and loose gear. This is how it will look like, the front page. Also, it will start with form number 1, register of ships, lifting appliances, name of ship, official number, call sign, port of registry, name of owner, register number, date of issue, issued by, stamped. This is how it will look like. Just as an idea, since we are talking about it, we should have an idea how it looks like, the chain register. This is a chain register front page. Vessel name, POR, owner's name, etc. contained in the cover page. Then it continues. Form 2 is the register, actual register. Form 2, the register will contain Part 1, initial and periodical load test of lifting appliances. Part 2 will be initial and periodical test of loose gear and annual thorough examination. Part 3 is containing annealing of chain, rings, hooks, shackles and swivels. Annealing of the loose gear. Then it will contain certificates, which will go like this. The certificates from a competent person, of course. Initial and periodical test, Form 3. Initial and periodical test, examination of winches, derricks and accessories, Form 3. Initial and periodical test, examination of cranes and hoists, accessory gear, Form 4. Test, examination and re-examination of loose gear, Form 5. Continued. Test and examination of wire ropes, Form 6. Heat treatment and subsequent examination of loose gear, Form 7. Annual thorough examination of loose gear, Form 8. This is the layout. And of course the proof loads. So somebody was asking about annealing. Can you see this now? Annealing, although I told you, is heat treatment of the material and then cooling it down. So heating means above its critical temperature, then maintaining the suitable temperature and then cooling. This is annealing. Annealing can reduce ductility, drawn into wires, soften material, relieve internal stresses. This is important. It relieves internal stresses which might have been set in. By annealing, you are relieving them. So you make it workable in more homogeneous and operating conditions. It is increasing the strength of the material, annealing. This is also to be done and recorded. Please remember, some of the loose gear are actually sent ashore to undergo this, and then the record is kept. They give you a certificate for it, that the process was done, annealing was done, and then you preserve the certificate, which is to be preserved in the form. Now, there are issues regarding accidents caused on board, which can, give rise to the powers of inspector. ठीक है, वो भी देखते हैं. Let us go through that. This chain register and certificates attached in the register shall be kept on board for ships lifting appliances, loose gear, wire ropes, etc. Now it may be mentioned here like premises of the owner, which is the ship. there it is kept on the ship. This is retained for at least 5 years after the date of the last entry. So after the date of last entry, the chain register must be preserved for at least 5 years, and actually speaking, nothing is destroyed. So if you have a new one after 5 years, the old one is still retained. This has to be produced on demand before an inspector. And who else can demand it? Just as a introduction, who else can demand it? Of course, the inspector of the dock workers can demand it. But who else can demand it? To have a look at the chain register. The dock workers, the people who are working on board and operating the gear. Especially when you talk about places like Canada or USA, West Coast, they are very strict about it. Before starting operations of any cargo work using the ship's gear, they like to see the chain register in order. They like to examine the chain register and they like to see the chain register before they start work. This is one of their requirements. So this is why it is important, because no lifting appliance and loose gear for which an entry is required to be made, certificates have been attached in the register form 2 is to be used. They can be used only by dock workers if they are satisfied that all entries are correct. They would like to see them. Especially west coast of Canada and USA. They like to see this. They can be seen anywhere, but these places are reputed for dock workers insisting on having a look at the chain register before they start work by ship's gear. So this is how the proof loads can be worked out in accordance with the SWL, safe working load. If the safe working load is less than 20 tons, the proof load shall exceed the SWL by at least 25%. If the SWL is 20 tons but less than 50 tons, the proof load shall exceed SWL by at least 5 tons. So let us say we are looking at SWL of 25 tons, then the proof load will become 30 tons. SWL plus 5 tons if it is lying between 20 tons and 50 tons. Less than 20 tons, proof load will be SWL plus 25% of the SWL. That is the proof load. Now when this testing is being done, please remember this is being done by the proof load of course, but it is being done and tested with all the accessories in place, like derricks, gooseneck, eye plates, eye bolts, other attachments all in place. Then it is tested. So they want to see, or it is to be summarized that tested with the full appliance in place and then nothing has gone wrong in any part of the appliance. If it is more than 50 tons, the SWL, then the proof load will exceed the SWL by at least 10%. This is the order of testing or the proof loads. So we are also looking at test loads. Lifting appliances tested with a test load which shall exceed the SWL, of course. SWL up to 20 tons, we just now saw it. Test load, proof load will be 25% in excess. 20 to 50 tons, 5 tons in excess. Over 50 tons, 10% in excess. That will be the test load or the proof loads. After that, if everything has gone right, then can be given a certificate that indeed the particular lifting appliance is working in order and tested for proof load. There should be contained inside the chain register a rigging plan. Rigging plan means in case of derrick and derrick crane, it should show position of guys on the derrick, the resultant force on blocks, guys, wire ropes, booms, position of blocks, identification and mark on individual items, arrangement and working range of union purchase. This is for derricks. More or less, redundant, not frequently used, but you should be aware. Rigging plan should be there, included in the chain register for derricks, which is showing all this. This should be included. As we had discussed for heavy lift, if a special rigging is required, then that special rigging should be contained in the rigging plan of the chain register. Only then it can be used. The rigging plan should show the arrangement if a special rigging has to be done for lifting heavy lift. This we have understood. Competent person to supervise, witness testing, and thoroughly examine every lifting appliance. Loose gear also has to be thoroughly examined and certified in accordance with national law or regulations. Flag state may have a different regulation, as somebody said. I don't know, I don't forget, but he had said about a flag state called Malta, where the requirement is that every year it has to be examined externally by the class. Somebody remarked that, which is possible. Every requirement for a national thing can be different. So if that is what the requirement is of the flag state regarding chain register, then it has to be done that way. But normally it is accepted that it is done by a competent person every year and every 5 years. After the test has been done by a competent person, the particulars of this examination shall be entered in part 1 of the register. After the examination has been done, then it should be captured, recorded in part 1 of the register, chain register. If there are any substantial repairs, alterations done to a lifting gear, then he has to undergo a thorough examination again, irrespective it is radio. then retesting in thorough examination is required if any substantial alteration or renewal has been done. Then it is not to be waited upon for the completion of 5 years. It has to be done immediately. Retesting in thorough examination if any substantial alteration or renewal has been done. Otherwise, it has to be done every 5 years. Please remember, not exceeding 5 years. I have worked in a company which wanted the lifting appliances to be tested by the class not only every 5 years, they had reduced it. They said every 4 years. So 5 years cannot be exceeded, but the term can be brought down. It may be reduced. They had an issue. They said every 4 years. So they were taking care of the law. 5 years the maximum period, but they are doing it every 4 years just to be on the safer side. Because ships of that particular company were regularly calling west coast of US and Canada, where things are very stringent, so they wanted to be very sure that no ship fails the dock workers inspection. And that will cause off hire, that will cause loss of charter. So they wanted this lifting year, not 5 years, but every 4 years, just to be on the safer side, which is possible. And let me assure you, it is not that the dock workers just want to see the book. Some of them, especially their bosses, who are who are very knowledgeable, they want to examine the chain register very, very thoroughly. They want to see the sign, stamp, dates, etc. Only then they are happy. When they are happy, they signal the dock workers to come on board and start. They are very thorough in it. It is not something they do just as paperwork. They are very thorough in it. They are accountable because if any accident takes place, they are also questioned as to why they had allowed if they were having any doubt. So this takes a very good importance. It's not just paperwork, it is very important. Because any resultant accident, as you are aware, is going to cost a lot of money. So form 1 is the register, and then it continues. Some certification forms are included and attached with form 1, which are form number 2, certificate of test and thorough examination of lifting appliance, form number 2, uniform, certificate of test and thorough examination of derricks and union purchase, form number 3, test and thorough examination of loose gear, form number 4, certificate of test and thorough examination of wire rope. These are all included certificates. They are included in form 1 with the register.
सर ये फॉर्म नंबर 2 यूनियन परचेज का मतलब क्या है?
नहीं, यूनियन परचेज नहीं. दिस इज कॉल्ड फॉर्म नंबर 2 ब्रैकेट यू. यूनियन परचेज लिखा है सर्टिफिकेट. यूनियन परचेज इज अ काइंड ऑफ अ derrick. Union purchase is a form of a derrick. So in case that is there on board, it has to be carrying a certificate of test and thorough examination of union purchase separately. अगर ऐसा है तो, अगर union purchase is on board. Union purchase is a derrick specially used and very importantly used for carrying or lifting heavy lifts because it is a conjunction derrick. एक derrick यहाँ पे है, एक दूसरी derrick है, and they are union purchase, मतलब दोनों combine होकर lift करेंगे. A simple diagram or a simple picture of union purchase looks like this. Somebody was asking, this is the union purchase. Two directs, this one, and lifting up one single weight by union purchase. It is rigged like this. Of course, you should have been working with directs to appreciate this. So this is union purchase direct. Two directs used in conjunction, inboard guys, outboard, flexible guy, outboard, and then you got a preventer guy to stop it slowing around. This is used as a union purchase. It is an example of a union purchase direct. Now this is what I'm saying. If this is the case and this is supposed to be a heavy lift, then this should be contained in the rigging plan so that you can use it and justify your use of the conjunction for direct to lift up heavy lift. This is a lift. I'm only saying this is not exactly the lift, but it is exceeding the SWL of one direct. So you use it as a union purchase, two directs in conjunction, and to pick up the load, you're sharing it between the two directs. It calls for some effort, believe me, because the timing has to be good, the instruction has to be good, the signal should be good, signal man should be good, otherwise you can cause an accident also. One more image just for somebody who is asking about union purchase. Of course, nowadays these are not really used because the world of directs has been abolished. No longer. Directs are very, very rarely sighted now. But in case it is there, this is how it will look. The operation is done from here. Somewhere in between, it is called the winch operator or the direct operator, and then he controls the operation. There has to be a good signalman to guide him. And there are names, of course, different kind of technical names like schooner, schooner guy, runner guy, outboard guy. These are different names given to the conventional names given to the different wires running around. Topping lift, which means this is the one which is going up. Runner guy means this is the one which is going, and lowering or hoisting, runner guy. Then there are blocks. These are blocks, heel blocks, etc. Numerous of them. These are used, and all the descriptions should be captured. Masthead blocks, all the description should be there. In the particulars in the chain register, which is our topic. So these are the various certificates contained, and then we are looking at definition of loose gear, removable accessories. Actually, we have seen this. Loose gear includes all items which are not permanently attached to the structure of the lifting appliance and have to be tested separately. That is the definition of loose gear. So they are items which are not permanently attached to the structure of the lifting appliance and they have to be tested separately. Examples are blocks, hooks, shackles, swivels, chains, triangle plates, rings, rigging screws, slings, etc. These have to be tested separately and they are addressed as loose gear. Annealing. Question was raised, although we have talked about it, is basically a heat treatment that will alter a material to increase its ductility and make it more workable. But how it is happening? It involves heating a material to above its critical temperature, then maintaining a suitable temperature. So first you heat it above the critical temperature, then maintain the suitable temperature, and then cool it. Cooling is done slowly. This process is called annealing.